Thus, Mr. President, being led by the governor of Katsina State, Governor Muhammadu Buhari, to introduce him to other dignitaries, many from different parts of the country, to identify with Nigeria at this moment of grief.
Nigeria.
Still on to the Nigerian Television Authority, where we are airing live activities marking the interment of the burial of the former late President Muhammadu Buhari. I think his remains is being brought out of the airplane now.
Together with the president.
The officers and men of the Ports Health Services are currently waiting to receive the remains of the former head of state, late President Muhammadu Buhari. They are on standby waiting among dignitaries who are there to pay their last respects to the former late president. Also at the airport are the former executive members who worked with the former president in the last 8 years. They are also here to show their respect and they identify with the man who many described as someone who has impacted life.
All right, remains of former President Muhammadu Buhari has arrived. As you can see, all the services involved are on standby to receive the remains, as accompanied by the Vice President, who has been in London to bring back the remains of the former president. He just highlighted Nigerian Air Force jet that brought the remains. You can see dignitaries from all walks of life, dignitaries from different parts of the country and Nigerians from all walks of life coming to the tarmac there to welcome the body from London. And this is quite a sobering moment for all who are associated in one way or the other through family ties or administrative experience or mentorship to the former president. I bring in Dr. Korede Martins at this time. Sometimes it doesn't dawn on you until you see the body or the remains. Somehow you know, especially from the people who are related, to the president in one way or the other. And in his case, almost everybody in Daura see him as their father. At this time, it brings, the memories. And then, of course, apart from that, you see, a display of a big part of his life, being a soldier who dedicated his life to the protection of the by the members of the Nigerian military who are there in their numbers to welcome him. What are your comments at this time, Dr. Korede?
Commiserations, with the family, the Buhari family, the Buhari clan, if you, of course, Buharists, both in Daura, Katsina, Nigeria, and the world over. We saw His Excellency, retired General, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, as father of all. That's why we refer to him. People are bound to, feel deep sadness when a call. But for me, I'm overwhelmed with humble joy that a man who had been to one, but ever since I was a little boy in secondary school, I've been following his antecedents till the day he passed and until today. And I've seen him as a mentor in the distance with his character, is nature. By way of literal sentiment, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, had the same stature with my biological father. So at the time, some people thought probably I'm related to him. But I'm a young man from the southwest, and he's our father from Daura, northwest. So I celebrate the life, the times, the history and memories of our dear leader, Muhammadu Buhari, even in death. And I commiserate with the entire family. The millions of followers that his good nature, his good character, his good governance had garnered over time are mourning quite well. So, and we need Almighty Creator to console the bereaved at this trying period. It should be a lesson to all Nigerians that we have seen the man that has come. He has seen. He has performed on the world stage, and he has conquered. He has bowed out of this world to the great beyond. You and I, the stage is available now for us. What will they say and do about us when this happens? May the Almighty Creator help us.
All right, in a short while, many thanks to, of course, Dr. Korede for the eulogy there. Very shortly we will be expecting the remains to be brought down from the aircraft. Just to remind Nigerians or those that of the younger generation that former President Muhammadu Buhari served the nation for the majority of his lifetime as a soldier and then a politician. He was military head of state from December 31, 1983 to August 1985. He returned as helmsman of the nation when he was elected president in 2015 and returned by Nigerians for a second term in 2019 presidential elections. In a career which included the helmsman's position in northeastern state in 1975, governor of Borno State in 1976, Federal Commissioner for Petroleum and Natural Resources between 1976 and 1978, and Chairman Petroleum Trust Fund in the mid to late 90s. President Muhammadu Buhari, the late President Muhammadu Buhari, built a reputation for consistency, frugality, moral discipline, and uprightness. Many will remember his words on assumption of office in 2015. I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody. Now he is no more. And right now, Nigerians are paying tribute to him as declared by the federal government. Today is a public holiday, so you can see that a lot of people are in Daura and to bid the leader, the head of state, as well as president, give him a befitting farewell. And we have sister nations also represented here. A delegation from Niger arrived earlier. Since state governors in their numbers, about from different parts of the country to pay their last respects as well. Members of the current Federal Executive Council in their numbers paying their last respect, as well as the members of his own when he served Nigeria as president from 2015 to 2019 and 2019 to 2020. Them all lined up, getting ready to receive his remains. His body has been conveyed by the Nigerian Air Force jet. We touched down moments ago from London, accompanied by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, and Ashwaju Bola Tinubu, who is the chief mourner today, to superintend over this solemn farewell for a leader who has dedicated his life to the service of the nation, first as a defender of the nation's territorial integrity and later as its leader. Gentlemen, sobering fact that no matter how long we stay, we will go as humans, but what you leave behind is what will be a testament of your lifetime. Yes. We've been speaking to Dr. Korede, but let me bring in the man who, had his experience as a young man, Dr. Sanusi, with him, and, the legacies of his administration politically. We spoke earlier of not too young to run, and, appointments for young people as yourself.
Yes.
Talking about, politics going forward, what can today's politicians take away from his kind of leadership, and what can we build on for the future as well?
It's quite an emotional moment for me, and I'm sure for millions of Nigerians. Let me start by offering him some prayers. May God forgive him his shortcomings, and may God grant him Jannatul Firdaus. And the legacy that he has left behind is that of uprightness, integrity, honesty, and being a servant leader. Being selfless, serving out of passion, serving out of patriotism, and not serving out of any selfish interests. This is something that all politicians, all leaders, should emulate. And he didn't just do it in the military. He did it in the military and as a Democrat. So that's to show you that it's possible either way, wherever you find yourself. And he also did it in various, sectors that he served as head. So it's just a lesson to show that this is still possible. Some could argue that, the young people of these days do not look at life that way. But Buhari was with us until just a few days ago. He lived his life to the fullest up until he died. So we could also still learn from it. He survived, by being himself. He survived, the military. He survived, politics, and he excelled by being himself. A lot of people will argue that these days, because of the problems of followership and mistrust amongst leaders and followers, you cannot survive, politics, for instance.
Just to cut in, those are members of his family, close associates, members of the family. His wife, Aisha Buhari, coming down from our First Lady, and of course, one of the elders of the family, Alhaji Maman Daura, there of school receiving the Vice President yesterday, of course, when the Vice President visited the family in London after the news broke about the demise of the former president. So you can see them disembarking from the Nigerian Air Force jets, and we're hoping that shortly we will soon see the remains being brought down from the aircraft, and then it is going to be a military event shortly, because the farewell salutations will be given, the parade, and of course the guard of honor is there to receive the body as well. So we'll see how the process will be orchestrated by members of the Nigerian military, and then of course we know that there will be different stages from this airport. We still there will be activities in Daura where we'll be finally laid to rest, and we can see spiritual leaders from different parts of the country, especially from Kano and Katsina, already thronging Daura, waiting for the remains, so that prayers will be offered and other funeral rites will be made before eventually is laid to rest. He may have said in his statement that it belongs to nobody, it belongs to everybody. I want to believe the belonging to everybody is manifesting here now, since we are seeing people from different walks of life, administrators past and present, and people who had something to do with him, and even some who didn't particularly meet him while he was alive, all trying to pay their respects at this time. And the regrettable thing, just like Comrade Issa Aremu said earlier in our program, is that it would have been great for him to have seen the respect is being paid by Nigerians today, but this is sadly happening, of course, on his demise. But notwithstanding, his stature in Nigeria's politics and as an helmsman who governed the nation both in khaki and in civilian attire cannot be taken away, because very few, about just 2 of them, have attained that distinction. Festus.
Yeah, I don't want to believe that we did not celebrate it. You just made mention of having to come with about every time 10 million votes and 12 million votes for any election he stood for. People celebrated him. And you also recall that in 2019, when he was seeking re-election, he went around this country, and some of us were with him. We visited some states, and what the kind of reception he got or he was getting, you will know that Nigerians liked this man, and they celebrated him while he was alive. There is, for me, having been closely working with him throughout the 8 years he was president, President Buhari, as a president in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, did not witness. I give you this example in Yobe, after he went there for 2019 campaigns, and when he finished, normally by the time the president will be saying, "I thank you," that is where we will be looking for our transportation out of the venue. And immediately he was talking, people were now looking for flags to wave and say Baba, we support you. And by the time they picked all the flags that were around, somebody was going to the president's car to collect that flag of Nigeria and the Armed Forces flag there, just to wave, to tell you how people loved him and that they wanted to celebrate him. We have also seen someone in Kano, I can remember in Kano, where his vehicle was coming. This young man just came in front of the vehicle and was spraying money on the ground for the president's vehicle to march on and some other things. So we can do more, but I think recently the narrative is changing. People are now celebrating our leaders. You can see University of Abuja has been named after former President Yakubu Gowon and some other things. So we are doing better. It can always get better. With discussions and conversations like this, we are hoping that we'll begin to celebrate our own. But I can tell you for free that just for 1 or 2 things that is the difference, Buhari witnessed some of all these celebrations while he was alive. People gave him names, Megaskia and some other things that we see. So he was celebrated, and he has done his bits. Like when my opening remark, I said his death met us with mixed feelings. But I can tell you for free that the Buhari that we know, the Buhari that we reported, will not be too surprised about his death, because he was always conscious of, I am here now, a time will come, I will be no more, and this is how it will be. So while I'm here, let me do my own. And he has been able to do his bit. And the comment I wrote when I heard about his death was he has taken his final flight and never to return again. So we celebrated him. He did his best. No matter what we say about him, for those that had funny feelings. And because my wife used to call Buhari my father. He would say, oh, your father is on air, your father is this, your father is this. So when the news came, she was not at home. She just called me and said, I heard your father is dead. I said, no, my father died long ago. He said, no, not that your father. The one that you have been working with, Alan, is dead. I said, yes, we just got the news. He said, oh, sorry, condolences. I said, I'm not a member of his immediate family. He said, but you have worked with him closely for 8 years, and you know him more than most of us. Now, the thing with Buhari, people wrote a lot of things. Now, we would not rule out how people react to whatever they see. There's a version of you that only close friends of yours know. So whatever you do, how it affects the other man is how they will react. Either it's coming from you directly, or the information was twisted along the line. Is not what we should be discussing here. But I can tell you the truth that Buhari was celebrated while he was here. Apart from him, I don't think there's anybody that's contested for that long and later got it and still got a re-election with the same number. If we are saying that, okay, he didn't do well as with our expectations in the first tenure that he came, the second tenure, people still voted for him massively. So it shows that the man was loved, and Nigerians also told him that we love you while he was alive. And after he has left us in this part of the divide now, we are still showing him love, that we love you. That is good enough. Everything we are doing right now is a message to the living that when you are no longer here, this is how it will be. People will either talk about you positively or they talk about goes. You will be remembered for the problems you solved or the ones that you created.
All right. I'm from Daura helipad, where he's been. There was a shot of the First Lady, Senator Oluremi, joining the mourners, the immediate family of the former president. Just at the foot of the aircraft there, the dignitaries and of course members of the Nigerian military are waiting for the remains to be brought down to the tarmac. With all live pictures, we have our men right there at the airport in Katsina and of course in Daura to give you live continues to unfold out there in Katsina as well as in Daura. I'll be looking at that shortly as well. Ambience, you can see live shots from Daura as well. They feel, you know, even when he says he belongs to nobody, they actually feel he belongs to them. As far as so, as far as Daura is concerned, they believe he's theirs. Even if he says he belongs to nobody, they believe you know, he is theirs. And that's, as we heard from our correspondent earlier, Abdullah Mustafa. It is at the helipad in Daura that the prayers will be held based on the arrangements made earlier this morning. We'll see how that unfolds. And then, of course, these are live pictures from the tarmac at the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. And I'm sure shortly, as we can see, some officers in uniform there of the different forces I can see. It looks like naval officers as well as some soldiers there, all getting ready perhaps to be part of those who will carry the remains from the aircraft down to the tarmac. We are waiting for those actualities. Once that is done, we'll just, you know, hand you over to the airport there, where our correspondent is standing by. Former president and former military head of state, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, who is being given a befitting state burial today, and as Nigerians bid him farewell after his meritorious service in different capacities as a Nigerian of distinction. Doctor, you're looking at live pictures from two venues, Katsina Airport and Daura helipad. At this time, you know, those moments you had with him as a member of his staff, you know, will come your way. But let's look closely. We can see now the remains are being brought out, draped in the green, white, green, appropriately draped in the green, white, green Nigerian flag, are being brought down there by officers. Of course, don't forget that apart from being a soldier, as his position as a former head of state, was the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria during different stints, 1983 to 1985, 2015 to 2019, and 2019 to 2023. And that is why you're seeing, you know, the members of Nigerian military in different capacities are there to welcome him. So we're looking at live shots from the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. So Dr. Sanusi, you were just about to tell us a little bit, you know, about the man himself and his interactions with you. those who he appointed during his stint at the center. He always made allusion to the fact that he wanted to return to his ranch in Daura, where he has some cattle that has not been looking after. You know, he had this self-deprecating yes. manner about him, you know, talking about his cattle. And eventually, you know, that is what he did, and completely, you know, cut himself off from, you know, still being part of politics and all that. He retired and retired, you know, properly.
Yes. I mean, that's just to tell you his kind of person. He was a very simple man that didn't take this life seriously. And then he lived this life as simply as possible, and also tried to live his life as an example to others, not to take things, you know, too seriously, and to know what's important. When you're serving people, public service is very important. You do it to the best of your ability. All my interactions with him were very warm. He would always crack a joke, you know. He would, you know, shake your hand friendly. You know, he wanted people to see him as the mortal that he is, and the fact that we're just transient in this world. He would always preach and, you know, tell people that, you know, there's nothing in this life, you know, and we should live our lives such that we can account to our Creator when the time comes. You know, so like was said earlier on by my brother, he knew a time like this would come, and all his life he was preparing for the moment where he will no longer be here with us, and he will be before his Creator, you know, to account. So he was very, very conscious of that in all of his actions, in his utterances, in his relationships. I was reading the other day, somebody was blaming him for being too quiet, too silent, even in the face of so many things happening. That wasn't his style. That wasn't his style to interfere and talk, you know, about. He valued relationships. If you notice, he was the only one that didn't really have much problems with other heads of states or former heads of states, and even the current head of state. He accords them with the respect that they all deserve, and he refrains from rocking the boat because he believes in relationships, and he believes in, you know, a day like this where you wouldn't know who would be there, you know, to carry your remains, you know, back, you know, to where you'll be buried, or you wouldn't even know the people that would carry your corpse. He didn't know who were the people that were going to carry his corpse, but because of the kind of life he has lived, you could see that everybody, all those military men there, they were rushing. Everybody wanted to be part of those that would, you know, carry his remains down. And so I think it's a lesson for everyone to live a very modest life, knowing that power is transient, life itself is transient. We are all on a journey in this world, and ultimately, when the time is right, whether young or old, we would be leaving this world and transiting to meet our Creator. And what's most important is the legacy we leave behind, and you know, the answers we are going to answer before our Creator.
All right. You can see the remains being received at the tarmac there. I think they will be moving now towards the where the officers are waiting. I think members of Gas Brigade will also be there. If I'm unsure, then we see how the proceedings at this moment, of course, will be orchestrated by the members of the Nigerian military. Earlier we saw the arrival of the chiefs, security chiefs. Soon we will see while the body will be brought to us, be some military go with that. We'll see that being done, as you can see now, being conveyed towards where the guard of honor is stationed. So we'll wait for that as well.
The remains of the former president has been removed from the aircraft by men and officers of the Port Health Services in collaboration with the military. It is being awaited to be received by the president.
Having received the remains of the former president, late President Muhammadu Buhari, at the tarmac there at the Katsina International Airport, Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, Katsina. Very shortly, the remains will be conveyed via ambulance and a motorcade of military men as well to his final resting place, which is his home in Daura. There will be, ceremony also around the helipad there in Daura, which we expect to be in another 45 minutes to an hour, because we understand the journey between Katsina to Daura will take about the better part of an hour, which we expect the ambulance will soon be on that journey, and the dignitaries invited will also follow the ambulance, while others, of course, are waiting in Daura for the final journey. Right now, we're witnessing members of the Nigerian Armed Forces ushering the remains of the body to the ambulance. Earlier, we saw the different service chiefs also escorting the remains to the ambulance, with the president and the vice president being part of that first group. And of course, we saw governors and ministers lining, the path that the remains were being conveyed through to pay their last respects. But of course, this is not all. Very shortly, the body will be conveyed to Daura, where the final funeral rites will be performed, and then of course we expect his kinsmen in Daura, as well as people who have worked with him, members of the family, and of course others who are close to the president, to have the opportunity to bid him farewell. As we're looking at the pictures, one of our guests came in, Mr. Kishiju, who has been an economic commentator, public affairs analyst, as well as development expert. What does this day convey to you in terms of, a man like late President Muhammadu Buhari, who has served this country meritoriously and now taking his final journey home?
Yeah, to the extent of his exit, eternal exit in this consideration, we're talking about the end of an era. Some of us, throughout our lives, up to this moment, we're still living. We thank God for that. But the name, the brand name, Muhammadu Buhari, had been part of our existence, all of our adult lives. Most of us that belong to this generation were introduced to him in 1983, in his first coming as the military head of state. I was an activist in the University of Lagos at that time. And of course, because of the nature of activism, there was also that suspicion of military dictatorship. Of course, we've been also part of the democratic era of the Second Republic with the President Shehu Shagari. And of course, some of us felt quite agitated, at the coming of the military at that time. But with time, we also realized that we had a person who singularly sold himself to us, activists then, to Nigerians, as a man of disciplined focus. And a man who was also deliberately, either by, I call him a force of nature, because even at that time, we saw clearly a man that was deliberately modest, that was not given to the colors and the celebration of power, as it were then. And that was my first introduction to him. And in fact, there was a lot of talks around the how do I call it, the power, the deployment of the power of the states at that time. And some of us were even said to be listed, at that time. But at the end of the day, after there was also a change of government, and we had the opportunity of a contrast, we felt that perhaps we could have a Buhari in the military uniform, could have stayed a bit longer, and that the Nigerian situation at that time would have changed and perhaps would have led to something, a dispensation that we desired more. So from that day, it had been as if we had all, consciously, unconsciously, desired, anticipated the return of Muhammadu Buhari to government. So it became a benchmark, to compare governments, administrations after administrations. And it wasn't until, of course, when he started presenting himself for the office of the presidency, starting effectively in 2003, it was like a resurrection of that feeling. But again, we also understand the limitations of political contestations. So after a while, some of us started following him, and of course, we were also desiring, a return of the return of a Buhari in government. So 2015, for us was a milestone in the democratic trajectory of Nigeria, because here we have a Buhari finally, and of course, most of us had this huge anticipation of how impactful a Buhari government would be. And to a large extent, whatever anybody would say, I was a major follower of that government. I participated on the fringes, and I realized that this person gave his all to Nigeria. This person loved Nigeria intensely. And perhaps more than loving Nigerians, he loved the poor people of Nigeria. His presidency, by whatever consideration we want to measure it, actually existed for the Nigerian poor. And I can stay anywhere and defend that, either by his policies, by his choice of policies, and in fact by the choice of some not going ahead with certain set of policies. So today, some of us that are known with Buhari, and Buhari that actually determined the kind of focus we had, politically. It is the exit of a huge, great mind, a huge, great Nigerian, a remarkable Nigerian. And perhaps in a generation, we may not see, feel, and of course share the experience of Muhammadu Buhari, a leader indeed and in truth, a political leader that was extremely modest. And perhaps since Tafawa Balewa, I have not come across one that is by act, conduct, interaction, outlook, as modest as Buhari. One that is extremely humorous. If you are within the within the close perimeter of Muhammadu Buhari, you would laugh and laugh. And then that is a contrast. Outside that perimeter, there's this general perception of a man who is the strong-willed, hard man. But within that perimeter, you saw a very, very humorous person who finds a way of laughing at himself. That is one attribute I try to learn.
Let's take a little bit from the actualities there at the airport. All right, some military activities by the Guard of Honor, still in honor of the dearly departed former President Muhammadu Buhari. They're happening live at the tarmac of the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. We saw earlier that the remains have been conveyed via ambulance to Daura. We'll be expecting also a correspondent over there to give us actualities as soon as they arrive. Right now, we're just looking at the final movements of the parade to welcome and, of course, give final salute and respect, pay final respects to the dearly departed former President Muhammadu Buhari by members of the Nigerian military. activities being concluded at the Katsina International Airport, also known as the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. Activities being rounded off by the guard of honor there, marching off from the tarmac. And then if you look at the right of your picture, you will see a live feed from Daura, where the indigenes of the town have been waiting since morning for the remains of the dearly departed former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but more importantly to them, the son of their to his ancestral home. And we'll be seeing that in a short while, because the ambulance conveying his remains have departed the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport for a drive of the better part of an hour to the final destination, which is Daura, as you can see on the right of your picture. And of course, all those activities will still be brought to you live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority as the nation bids farewell to one of its leaders, a man who led the nation in two stints as a civilian and a democratically elected ruler, and of course as a military. 1985. Gentlemen, we have spent a considerable time activities from Katsina State, and as people have arrived and paid their respect and spoken glowingly about the president. We've seen, of course, members of his cabinet pay their last respect as well. Earlier, of course, it was about his legacies and the man not necessarily being who he was being, construed to be in the public space, not the, unapproachable individual as he was being, portrayed, but more of someone who liked to, make self-deprecating remarks.
Money, with integrity.
Dr. Sanusi, we are looking at life, Daura there, and the number of people in Katsina, the number of people in Daura waiting, and the condolences we've had, the comments about him. Today in Nigerian politics, we talk so much about money politics. We talk about governors sorting money away in anticipation of next election. In the case of, the numbers that, Dr. Korede has been talking about for a while now, some of these people joined the Buhari train, most of them based on his reputation and not what they were being given, as we have had in some states in the south, we say Diboko Sebe, meaning that, vote and then be able to buy soup.
Yes.
It was the trust that the reputation, had that made a return of 10, 12 million per election, and not perhaps, the promise of some monetary reward.
Yes. So Dr. Korede had already laid the premise. I feel like public servants, especially those that have had this kind of experience, should make it a habit to write about their experience and document for history, and for those that are
President left the residents of the guests that in the city, and particularly at the residence of the late former Nigerian leader. We are waiting for the other mourners. Here, the Daura helipad, where the funeral prayers will take. And many other residents who were previously prevented from gaining access from the main road, Kano, Daura, Kongolam Highway, are now moving into the place, including royal fathers. I can see the emir of Africa in Yobe State moving into the helipad. There are also former governors, especially former governor of Kaduna State and Sokoto State, Nasir El-Rufai, Aminu Tambwal, as well as former ministers of the Buhari administration, including the former communication and digital economy, Isa Ali Fantami. We are also hoping early hours of the day. The Emirates have agreed and recommended the chief imam of Yusuf to lead the funeral prayers for the late Nigerian leader, which is taking place at the late Nigerian leader, and is the chief Nigeria's President and Commander, President Bola Tinubu, Vice President, and other Nigerian governors. As you may also recall, the President, the federal government, and many state governors have declared today as a public holiday as part of the 7-day national mourning. And we can also see flags flying at half-mast to honor the late Nigerian leader, a patriot who is also seen as somebody, a person of impeccable character and a symbol of honesty, as people fondly call him, Mai Gaskiya in Hausa, which means the honest one. That's why people of Daura said they could not have any other person as the former President Muhammadu Buhari, who has been frequenting the city whenever, even when he was in power as the president between the year 2015 and 2023. On May, he left office on May 29, 2023, after handing over to his successor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And for almost 2 years, he has been living here at his residence in Daura, visiting his farm, which is some few kilometers away from the residence along the Kongolam Road. Buhari, as you might have seen in so many reports played on NTA, and the discussions, was born here in the ancient town of Daura on December 17, 1942, and had his early life here. And of course, he was also the Nigeria's 7th and 15th Nigeria's leader as military head of state and civilian president who was elected into office for 2 consecutive terms. Throughout his life, Buhari maintained strong ties to his hometown, Daura. And as we can see, the residents of the city, young and old, are all here to mourn, to give final respect to the illustrious son of the city and a father who they see as a source of pride to the ancient emirate. As you might have seen, the remains is being driven to Daura from Katsina, which is about 72 kilometers away from this place. Is expected to be buried here at his residence, which is about 250 meters away from this place, inside his residence. And people of Daura, as they've been telling us in the course of discussions since yesterday, he's someone they will continue to miss, not only for maintaining strong ties with them over the years, but for being generous and for being humble, for carrying them along in all his activities. He never looked down at any individual, no matter his status in life. This is part of the testimonies given by some residents of Daura about the life of the late leader Muhammadu Buhari. So any moment the remains may arrive here. Daura is where he was born, as I was telling you. We had little interruption here. And he had his early life here. All his families, we could see them since yesterday morning, and they were, many of them, weeping, recalling and recounting the beautiful memories with the family member who they said they are and will continue to be proud of his life and contribution to the Nigerian people and the nation in itself. They told me that he takes care of most of the family members of the extended family. He fed many of them, took responsibility for their medical bills, school fees, and many other things, and contributed immensely through wise counsels and generous contributions to community development over the years. And they said he did more between May 29 after leaving office as president to March when he left for Daura, which they said he even left for Kaduna against his wish, because many Nigerians were asking him to return to Kaduna, maybe because of convenience in visiting him. They said when he left, before leaving, he helped a lot of people and community projects and programs. He involved himself as a normal citizen or indigene of the community, not as a national leader, a president for that matter. So they are sure that the demise of the former president will be the greatest loss to the Daura Emirate and Katsina State at large, some calling it the loss of the century. So only time will tell. The beautiful testimonies being given by the people of Daura, the way the residents of Daura have been looking and conducting themselves, the way they abandon their daily activities, including source of their livelihoods, is really telling how dear he was and he is to his people. So many dignitaries are still coming into the Daura helipad here in the GRA of the Daura town, which is very close to the residence of the late former Nigeria leader, and the funeral prayers will be conducted here and to be led by the chief imam of Daura, Sheikh Sofwan Yusuf, on the recommendation of the Daura Emirate and family members. But what they said, they will allow final decision for the chief mourner, the president being the national leader. They said the loss of Daura is not only for the family and for Daura, it's a national loss. So it's for the father of the nation to decide. So we may wait and see if there will be a change in that, because that was the position of the family and the element that as per religious rites is funeral prayer and interment, which is to be carried out soon after the demise of any Muslim. So being he died, he passed on at a distant world, he'll be buried almost 48 hours after that. So
sober reflection being exhibited by the people, and the imams as well have arrived to orchestrate the process. We're also expecting some members of the diplomatic corps, friends of Nigeria, who are also attending this event. We will be bringing you live shots of this as we reflect on the life and times of President Muhammadu Buhari, former head of state, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I said before you came in, Dr. Kinshiju, about what we have lost in terms of the experience in quelling, things like insurgency, public disturbances in his career as military governor in Northeast as well in Borno, and then of course the military commander managing funds as Federal Commissioner of Petroleum and Natural Resources, as chairman of the PTF Petroleum Trust Fund, and of course a two-time leader, first as military head of state and two times as civilian head of state as well. That is a whole lot of experience that we have just lost.
Huge, well, a man, who will define himself by the scope of responsibility he takes on, in his lifetime. I think what precisely drove the Muhammadu Buhari personnel was his patriotism, his nationalism. We've had people occupied different offices, different areas of responsibilities. They either come short or are not exactly at par with expectations. But what you are profiling is historical references, of a man who had this opportunity like other people had such opportunities. And stepped into those opportunities, filled the roles he was supposed to play with a sense of commitment, a sense of history, a sense of nationalism, a sense of patriotism, and most importantly, with an attitude of frugality. understanding the fact that the Nigeria in growth at that time was also a Nigerian that lacked resources, and therefore resources needed to be properly managed. So and of course, even in its military pursuit, especially, and I want to use that pursuit deliberately because I find it as the right word to describe is the way it pursued, the Chadian forces into Chad at that time. It became something like a folklore, to a larger percentage of Nigerians that were following issues then. But again, you also realize that breaking military protocol, as it were, was also driven by a sense of nationalism, and it can be interpreted in the day-to-day commonplace terminology. Who are these people to come invade Nigeria? And that just resist them and push them to the border was not enough. It was also necessary to show that this is Nigeria, and don't just dare come trespass on us. So when an individual is driven by such passion, the passion of sovereignty, the image, when you constantly carry the image of a sovereign nation in your mind, and that will make me to also quickly respond, to what my colleague on the far right, I can't get the name now, was talking about.
Dr. Sanusi.
Sorry, Dr. Sanusi was referencing about his refusal, and I want to use that word, refusal, to write a book or a memoir as had become the ways of big men, in recent times. He said in an interview that he holds very strong positions about life and about relationships, and that if he had to write a book out of a need to be forthright, he would have to write about so many people, and that his opinion about these people, when their children start reading, that they will not have good opinion about their parents, as it were, and that it was better for him to just leave that bit of expectation that he was not going to write those books and write the book, especially in respect, of the opinions, perception of whatever that latter generation would have about this current generation or the generation he grew with. And I think that defines, in truth, the kind of person the late former president was. He actually had clear perspective about what existence and, of course, leadership was all about. He had clear views about how people should relate in office, and for him, office was just get into office, understood the callings and the references desired, the mandates desired from that office, deliver on them. If we also, of course, transport ourselves back to the fact that it was the person behind the second Port Harcourt refinery, when he was military minister of petroleum resources. And that many years, I think 75, 76, many years after, he now had to, of course, contend with the need to resuscitate, rebuild, rehabilitate, as the case may be, the Port Harcourt resources. And so much money, was budgeted, allocated for that rehabilitation. You can only imagine, I think 1 month ago, when it became rife in the public space, that certain individuals in that responsible for the re-engineering of the Port Harcourt refineries had actually, diverted huge funds that were deployed for that purpose. You can only put your mind in the mind of Buhari, who was still living there, to understand the kind of pains he would have also gone through, trying to understand and comprehend what exactly was the problem and challenges of Nigerians. So I'm just trying to do that comparison for us to understand the kind of pains this Muhammadu Buhari would have gone through. Doing all those things, it would appear that we can't even get people to model themselves around Muhammadu Buhari, who was governor of Borno State, who was Minister of Petroleum Resources, who was chairman of PTF, who was president, who was head of state of Nigeria, who also later became, the president of democratically elected president of Nigeria. What exactly is the issue? If we start to, of course, contrast ourselves to that Buhari benchmark, perhaps we'll start evolving a new model, in leadership in Nigeria. Whatever may be the opinions, perception of certain people in certain quarters, especially regarding his time in office, 2015 to 2023. The truth is that when those 8 years are properly contextualized, we will first say clearly the Buhari's personnel, the Buhari's values, because if we had not had a Buhari in government between 2015 and 2017, perhaps we would have the recession the country went through would have been more elongated, and of course more Nigerians, would have suffered more, but by his own selflessness. He was giving up so much that we're supposed to, don't let me say tradition, given the practice of politician privileges in the environment, that the head of government usually, the process of us exiting that first session, we had, that was driven principally because we were not generating enough revenue. Two years after we were growing, we are on a growth trajectory. For us to now get into the COVID-19, and that, of course, affected countries around the world, including the countries of the G7. Now, while countries of the G7 were declaring, inflation that they had not experienced in 40 years, in 60 years, we had our own possibility of going into recession, but faster than many other countries in the G7. We exited, that recession, and I don't see most Nigerians, applauding late President Buhari for that. And again, it is also as a result of the force of character.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kichiju. We'll come back to you, Doctor, very quickly. Senator Itayanan has been waiting in Uyo for a while. We tried to get him earlier. Senator, we need you to, just make your intervention, because I know you will be tired of having tried to link us up for a while. I tried to say maybe she should show us the panel of your phone to see where the unmute is. Perhaps it's written in a BBO, but are you on now, sir? If we can get Senator Itayanan to come up. Okay, if we reconnect with him, we will come back. Go back to Senator Itayanan. He's been trying to get through via Zoom. I understand he had some problems with his connection. Doctor, let me let you land before I
just land now. So back to the text of your question that has to do with what we have lost. I described President Buhari as a comet. He came and the Nigerians' whole comet had fallen. Not many people will experience this kind of personnel again in a lifetime, and I'm saying that's the truth. Not many people will experience such person because when we start, of course, to track his person, his time in office, you will not find many people that compares with him. So, to a large extent, I think we need now, of course, to go back to literature, to start compiling those who had written books about him, you know, and start understanding by building a profile, you know, a true profile from this different point of view and perspective, you know, of Muhammadu Buhari, without the emotions, especially of the limitations, of course, of the years between 2015 and 2023.
All right, Professor Fife, and very, you know, as we move towards when the remains were arrived, Daura, we saw a lot of, you know, some of his members of his close associates. He seemed to be someone who is loyal to friendships, especially the ones he made earlier in his career, even in some of his appointments and all. But perhaps not all, you know, have the same character. Perhaps I don't know how to, you know, convey that question, because in terms of trust, he entrusted a lot of people with key interventions that they were going to make. But in terms of the thrust of his policies, they were clear-cut. But in terms of carrying them out, perhaps many of his lieutenants, some of his lieutenants, let me not say many, some of the lieutenants may have fallen short of the standard he set for himself.
Yes, you are right when you said that. I gave you a story of whenever he goes to Daura, his classmates, while he was a very younger person, will always come around him. And those he worked with in the military will sometimes come to the villa to see him. There was a particular day he was meeting with traditional rulers, and one of them came and said, during the what we call Biafran War now, I was your driver, I drove you. And he was looking at him. He now called one name. And the person said, correct, sir, correct, sir. You see that at that time, he was sitting as a president. It wasn't an informal gathering. But he was able to still remember and see spot, are you so person? And they had this conversation. The problem is, we were speaking before we came on live that difficult people in Nigeria, as it is, the definition now is people that are doing the right thing. He had his mindset. He had what he knew he wanted to do. So those that are still close to him, he knows when to be your friend, as it were. Because we talked about his appointment coming late. He was actually looking for those that have the same value system with him. And don't forget that there was a time where we were jokingly saying that Buhari was appointing dead people. Because those were some of the people that he knew, okay, who are those that share this value system with me? Who is that person that want to get there and do what the people would want? So that made him take time. So when it has to do, and don't forget that some of the appointments, ministerial, some agencies and whatever, other people we have to recommend for him to appoint. But those that knew him, those that he has, there's one, most of you will know him, the former minister of FCT, Muhammad Musa Bello, we call him MM Bello. That was another replica of Buhari. When you see him, he will just look at you, go to his office, he will give you Debino. And he believes that the world is just not about affluence. When that man left office in 2019, when he came back, people went to his house and he was owning his generator himself. This is a former minister. So he had people that knew his lifestyle and they were still with him. There were others that were recommended that couldn't really carry on. That is frugality. That is lifestyle of let's be prudent. So those were the ones that did not really follow his footstep as far as governance is concerned and being prudent. Those that were recommended by friends and those that also saw Buhari is just one man. You can't expect him to be everywhere at a time. So, but those that he knew, they were always there and they were also always doing what he wanted them to do. His friendship, superb. He's always doing those things. And I gave you an example of being in the Federal Executive Council, we were having a valedictory session, and he was talking about the late Yaradua, the senior Yaradua, and he got to an extent, he was talking about how they were in school in India and in some places in military school, that they share bed, they are roommates and some other things. So he has a memory of his friends, and he's someone that keeps to his friends wherever he goes to. If he's in London, either for medical checkup, you still see people coming around him. The Bishop of Canterbury, the Anglican man, you know that man, he is a personal friend of the president and some other things. So he has that good memory, and he will definitely make you laugh. Staying with Buhari will make you laugh. And I told you how he remembers a lot of things too. When you change, he will change. He was telling Mr. Additional, his SA Media, saying, now that you are a chief, how do you combine being a chief and being my spokesperson? How is it like? And we all laugh. So he's a jolly good fellow to those that want to be prudent like him. But for the rest that don't believe in being prudent, he was a difficult person, and you can expect that in every setting.
All right, as we continue with the live coverage, we will show you, some VIPs who have come to sign the condolence register there in his house. We are seeing some pictures of people already seated and some signing the condolence register there. Former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa there. We're also seeing the one before then, Yayale Ahmed, all seated there. And the former governor of Katsina State, Bello Masari, there as well. Also, and of course, that is opposition PDP chairman there, Umar Damagum, also seated there to bid former President Buhari farewell. We are seeing the arrival of some motorcade perhaps from Katsina, having received the remains of the president. So it seems as if the motorcade from Katsina is arriving Daura now. So very shortly we shall of course hand you over to our commentary team in Daura to continue the proceedings. But I will be waiting for that as well. My colleagues are on standby as well. Suleiman Konongi, Abdullah Mustafa, all are standing by in Daura to give us a blow-by-blow account of what is happening right there. But you just spoke about the issue of appointment, and then of course Dr. Kinishi just spoke about his natural humor. There was an event where he was addressing the soldier that was much taller than him. Of course, the former president was well above 6 feet, but this soldier towered above him, and then he craned his neck as if his neck was paining him, and the entire hall was in fits, because he was just using that to demonstrate the fact that he saw someone who was much taller than himself. He had these, moments of dry wit, and sometimes even directed at himself, and that, resonated with a lot of people who believed in his kind of, administration. Moving on, how do we begin to, cultivate this kind of leadership style, which is you know what to expect from your leader. You know by his antecedents, and you know what is on the cover of the book is what is inside the book, as against, some of these compromises we see just for photo ops, and then when you take this on the saddle of leadership, the mantra, takes another turn entirely. We've seen that, the different color or faces of politicians before and after elections. Dr. Sanusi.
For me, I think just like we have a Yaradua Center, I think we need to institutionalize the memory of the president by opening, a center that would document his life and times, his values, his principles, what he stood for, what was his take on different aspects of life for people that would want to learn more about him. This doesn't need to be just also a physical place. It could also be online, so that the younger ones, can also benefit from it. Doctor mentioned earlier, that now maybe would have to now put together all of those people that had written about him in the past, so that we have a repository, for those that want to, benefit. So I think that's important, to do. He didn't end up building a library like most former presidents do in the U.S. and as former President Obasanjo did as well. Maybe that's something that is worth considering as well. But what's important is that he has led a very good life, by example. There is a complete, definition of leadership by example, and servant leadership, selfless leadership. Sometimes you hear people saying, Buhari was a selfish man. He only liked himself. I've heard commentaries like that. But then you'd realize, just like we discussed off camera, the people that are doing the right things are those that are defined as being difficult or selfish or whatever. And also, maybe some people would, from what I see, from my analysis of his life, for somebody that has seen the good, the bad, the ugly of Nigeria, that has fought to keep this country together, that has mingled with, all kinds of people from all walks of life, understands Nigeria very well, knows this is his own trajectory and this is light, and for other people, darkness. Maybe it was a strategy for him to stay aloof, because you reported that somebody said reported that he was aloof. No, maybe it was a strategy, knowing what he knows about Nigerians, and knowing that this is him, he can't deviate from this. Sometimes maybe it's a strategy to just remain aloof and just keep looking and remain silent.
All right, just in your picture there, just while Dr. Sanusi was speaking, we saw the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris Malagi, arriving the venue. That means, of course, many of the dignitaries who are at the airport, international airport in Katsina, are now in Daura. We are seeing the defense chief of army staff there, Lieutenant General Musa there, and other defense chiefs arriving the venue, signaling that activities will soon commence out here in Daura. So we're expecting very shortly the arrival of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the chief mourner, to arrive the venue. And of course, the state governors as well from different parts of the country also arriving at the venue, and that's just outside the compound of the former president. Let's take in the ambience of Daura right now and just have a feel of what is happening right there on ground in Daura.
Host, their counterpart and host governor, Muhammadu Buhari, at the government house, Katsina, from where they moved to the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, where they received all dignitaries from, even from the neighboring Niger Republic. There is a representation from the military leader, Abdurrahman Chani, led by the Prime Minister, as well as other dignitaries from Chad Republic and other parts of Africa who are coming to join in these important aspects of the final respect for late Nigerian leader Muhammadu Buhari, who passed away 2 days ago in London after a brief illness or prolonged illness, because he has been there for some time. Because some of the people of Daura were concerned that he was not able to celebrate the Eid al-Kabir here, which was a tradition for him. He came even when, as president, Eid al-Kabir was celebrated by him every year in Daura, but they missed him this Salah, and not knowing that they will miss him forever. So that was the statement by one of the mourners at his residence this morning. I can see the Minister of Information, the spokesperson to the federal government, Muhammad Idris, responding to questions while on his way to the
because it's on
helipad, because I can
Twitter.
see a number of media representatives
arrived 3 hours ago.
who were initially prevented. They were told that they will only be allowed after the remains were brought in. So they are now interviewing the Minister of Information, and that is Alhaji Muhammad Idris. Told that the delay in the arrival of the remains of the late former president, which was earlier scheduled to be around 1 o'clock, and the prayer was to take place around by 2 p.m. It is about 6-hour journey between the European nation and Nigeria. But here we are. Already his remains have been received at the airport by President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which was conveyed by the Vice Hashim Shetima alongside the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Bajabiamila. Alongside the remains with the family members and the federal government delegation drafted to London by President Bola Tinubu. There was a military parade, which is a tradition for any senior military personnel and a former commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And of course, definitely being a national estate funeral to be led by the nation's commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Moment, a large crowd, everybody here is calm, mourning a great loss of a person who Nigerians and people across the world use and still using various beautiful adjectives to describe his life as an individual, as a leader, and as a citizen. At any moment from now, since you may wish to know that the distance between the Daura and Katsina is about 72 kilometers, which is about an hour drive between. But due to the nature of the trip and the large convoys of vehicles, so it may take longer time, because from the time the remains left the airport is more than an hour now, and that the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport is just very close to the Katsina Daura highway, so is really not too far or not very not short as well, but delayed by the crowd and the long motorcade conveying the remains, and of course the president and other dignitaries who are coming to take part in the funeral rites, which will be the final, the last aspects of this state funeral for the former leader Muhammadu Buhari, and after the prayers he will be laid to rest inside his residence here in Daura, Katsina State.
All right, live pictures from Daura now as the dignitaries who earlier arrived at the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina now arrived Daura for the final funeral rites for the former president, late President Muhammadu Buhari. We're seeing different ministers and past administrators in the country thronging the venue. We'll be looking at, of course, mentioning some of them as we see them. Earlier we cited, of course, the Minister of Information ushering others into the venue. And our correspondent said the prayers will be offered around the helipad, but it seems as if there have been some changes to accommodate the crowd, as we can see in these shots. Like we earlier discussed, it seems as if the entire town of Daura has emptied to the compound of the former president to be a part of this event. And we can see there, of course, so many visitors to Daura today, a lot of leaders from the north, many of the eminent emirs already there, spiritual leaders, former administrators, talking about state governors, military administrators, current governors as well. And this has cut across party divide. We have seen the acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party seated, even perhaps what looks like the sitting room there of the former president, talking about Umar Dramago, former governor Bello Masiri, and seeing so many of them there. Of course, Chief of Army Staff there, Chief of Defense Staff arrived earlier as well, in company of other senior military officers, including most of the defense chiefs, all in attendance. And we're still seeing the arrival of more and more members of the diplomatic corps there. And in the background, you're seeing people, citizens and indigents of Daura and, of course, Katsina at large. So this has been how it has played out since the news of his passing, reached Nigeria on Sunday. There has been an outpouring of, solidarity, messages of commiseration from friends of the country, friends of the former head of state, people who know him, even those who did not, but understood and appreciated what he stood for, Dr. Korede?
It's a testament to the character, the nature of the person, Muhammadu Buhari. It's what we're looking at, the result of the kind of relationship he chose to have with people whilst alive, in public service. We heard earlier from the gentleman that worked with him, closely in the media, that Baba Buhari was a president that was unassuming, somebody that would like to be your friend. He gives you the first shot to just make you calm down, like you're discussing, you're coming to meet with a fellow human being, a friend of yours, a father figure. Don't think you're coming to meet with an eagle that has, a big fire on his head, as the case may be. So he has all this about him, yet not given away his integrous character that has built over the years and has made him. There's also a testament by a gentleman who fought alongside with him in the Civil War, a retired soldier who by fate happened to be my senior at my alma mater in secondary school, the Great Ibadan High School. Excuse me. He said to us, on the platform and then in writing, that at a time there was a change in government in the 70s. They were looking for who, will rightly become the next chief of army staff. Those who are the authorities, those who are in charge of that operation, suggested a Muhammadu Buhari to become the chief of army staff because of his uprightness, because of his frugality, because of his integrity, because of his commitment and dedication to service. But along the line, they said, guy, if you make this man the chief of army staff, he may not listen to us. If we're about to change things and all that, he will just stand straight. He was younger, so he will do that at the time. So he did not become the chief of army staff. They chose another person. A time came, another coup occurred, which he did not participate in. And they now had learned from the mistake they made earlier. They said they are now looking for somebody that now has integrity to become Nigeria's head of state, to lead, governance, which was, how he became the military head of state of Nigeria, based on his good character. So you can see a lot of people, not only in Daura. This incidents that we're seeing now is happening in various homes, millions of homes throughout Nigeria, throughout Africa, and worldwide. Amongst human beings on earth, leaders on earth, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, stands amongst those that you can, have, that has a place in the history when it comes to being an officer, a gentleman, a man of integrity, a man that is frugal, a good public officer that delivers on his words, that stands by his words and ensures that he delivers. A good example, or a father figure, to those who believe in him, to men and women of goodwill. We are not unmindful of naysayers, but we know that we'll keep doing the right things. We'll keep talking about Muhammadu Buhari as the right thing. And we'll just pray that people will see him as, a figure whose character, whose antecedents to be studied to guide them along life, as it had been in my own case. So that's the kind of thing we're looking at today.
All right. Very shortly, of course, we are expecting we'll get to the climax of today's activity very shortly as we continue to witness, of course, the movement of the VIPs and our international guests are there in Daura. I understand there was a slight delay in terms of the flight getting to Nigeria earlier. That perhaps, will be the cause of the fact while we were expecting this to begin at 2 for our viewers. Of course, the remains arrived earlier, about 3 o'clock, just before 3 o'clock in the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina, and has since proceeded for Daura. We're expecting the arrival in the next couple of minutes, since we have seen the arrival of the presidential delegation already and some of the VIPs we earlier saw at the airport. Now that this has happened, sometimes events help to shapen the course of history and help shapen the course of a nation. Dr. Kinshiju, you know much about the legacies in terms of the economics of Buharism, of the Buhari, tenure. Moving forward, are there things that we could pick up from his presidency for leaders of today and tomorrow in managing the affairs of the nation?
While it did not, in clear political definitive terms, described his leanings, his socio-political economic leanings. But of course, scholars would easily situate him, in the context of a social democrat. And being a social democrat, it would be, of course, a first-line appeal, to the mass of the people. And in his own case, I think there was a profound linkage to the people at the base of the pyramid, for which he advocated, throughout those 8 years, for which, for the first time in the history of Nigeria's political economy, he created an office that, of course, evolved to become the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. And of course, one also had the unfortunate resistance of that concept by the larger class of Nigerian elites who thought that the activities of that office of social intervention, when it was first created, couldn't have been impactful. It wasn't until some of us also amplified that advocacy to say that it was not just about Muhammadu Buhari. It's actually a concept developed by the World Bank, and that this concept fitted properly into the advocacy of the president at that time. Because for him, where virtually the higher cadre of the political class and the economic class, as it were, benefited from the little meager resources that get into the public space, the larger number of Nigerians, and he inherited about 85 million, Nigerians living under the poverty line in 2015. And I think we also need to put that into historical perspective, as at that time we had 85 million Nigerians living under $1, the global poverty benchmark at that time, under $1 a day. And so this was a huge inheritance for him. It was a huge legacy to manage. So when he started, of course, to implement those interventions, people who couldn't understand the context of that intervention, and of course the context of the person behind it, where of course, how do I call it now? We're enraged, more or less, because I know I was involved in a number of social engagements with some of these otherwise highly knowledgeable Nigerians. But for him, it was an exercise that needed to be done and see to the end, because it was talking about taking Nigerians, millions of Nigerians out of poverty. And the first thing, the approach was first, let's stabilize these poor people. And that the economies of poverty is to state that these are potentials in redundancy. If you are able to create an economic agent or economic agency out of a human being that could not live sustainably, you are also adding to the capacity, or the economic capacity, of the nation. So I think the burden of poverty is still a major challenge for the Nigerian state, and there is still a need, to have focused programs, focused policies to circle out large numbers, of people in the poverty circles in Nigeria. Now, of course, that argument was also furthered by the World Bank, who also now moved from the financial definition of the monetary definition of poverty to the multidimensional poverty, to say that more than 135 million Nigerians were living in multi-dimensional poverty. And of course, it became a political information, that was not exactly, how do I call it, tolerance, tolerating for the political class, because the opposition was easy, to reference that figure. But again, for the Buhari regime, don't forget that at that time there was a huge advocacy. There was a huge advocacy around increasing access to electricity, and a number of attempts to also, of course, bring into reality the millennial goals, most of the millennial goals in the office. So for me, I can see a linkage anyway from what the present government is doing, and I define my linkage as even from the base of the party itself. The party that God used late President Muhammadu Buhari and the current president, H.E. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to establish. For the first time in more than 30 years, we could reference a political party that we could define easily what ideological standing they belong to. So I think going forward, there's just a need to create a more symbiotic linkage with what the late president was doing in terms of circling more Nigerians out of the poverty circle. It's very important. It's if you have a latency, the economic latency that we are talking about at this time, and I think so far with the economic reforms, the unintended effect had been an increase in the number of poor people, So, and that is why, yes, we have seen a lot of fiscal, fiscal rates, fiscal impacts at the macro level. We are seeing inflation rate is falling. Most likely, the benchmark MPR rate will fall by the time the next Monetary Council meeting, Monetary Policy Council meeting holds. We'll see some other, which will also translate to reduction in banking interest rates and all that. But everybody agrees that the millions of Nigerians that are the base of the pyramid are yet to feel it. So that should be a major focus. Everything should be done, to get to hit that large community. We are talking of more than 35% of the population. So if this government is able, of course, to achieve that, it would have been a major accomplishment. And of course, it will be an accomplishment that can be worthy of the memory, of late President Muhammadu Buhari.
Well, let's look at the policies very quickly, Dr. Korede. And a lot of people have said this, that you vote for parties, you don't vote for individuals per se, especially when you are looking at the legalese surrounding elections and all that. They say it's the party that is the platform, you vote for the party and all that. But in terms of Buhari came to every election with his reputation. Whichever political party, be it CPC, AAPP, and eventually APC, he had his followership based on, a reputation he has built over time. And that resonates with me in terms of, being able to identify him with his particular character and what to expect from that character. Are we having that now in our polity? especially, it's not a reputation built at the national level. It was built from his service in the military to the, positions he held while he was rising through the ranks. Are we having that now? And are will Nigerians queue behind such characters now as we, continue in our democratic journey?
That brings to mind the principle of party supremacy. Yes, the parties are the ones being voted for in every election, the political parties, officially by INEC. You vote for the party. Actually, you thumbprint for the party, not for the individual. But the party in itself, the owners of the party, the powers that be within the party, the management of the party, will look at personalities that has a history of good leadership, that has a good history of followership, those that will be the winning card for them. The personalities of these two amiable gentlemen, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, now late, and the incumbent president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had built, political values for themselves over the decades. So irrespective of the political party they are representing or they are campaigning upon, they will always win any election whilst alive. So I don't want to say that their personalities, their persona, towers over the party, with due respect to what we have agreed to allow party supremacy, to take over our administration of politics, by INEC's council, to political parties. And this is how, you don't find people who will come into a party, spend all the monies and then ask the executives to park to one side while they rule over the party. There is party supremacy in Nigeria, despite the fact that our individuals, those candidates, are the ones that would have gotten, a good history, of good quality in terms of integrity, good governance, to ensure that when they become the candidate, they have the capacity to democratically win such elections for the party.
All right. Ms. Festus, you listen to what Dr. Korede was saying just now. We saw a movement, in 2015, what everybody now calls a coalition. They called it a merger in 2015, in 2013, moved into 2014, and then eventually contested in 2015. AMPP, CPC, APC, and an element of APGA being a part of that contraption. Now that we have, this meeting of minds, and we're seeing some of them now, still coming up based on their, yes, it was a merger, but we still see elements of those parties, in terms of their outlook to governance. We had people in the CPC bloc in that government, people of the APC extraction, the government, AMPP, as well as APGA. What have we learned from that? Were they able to, under his supervision and during his presidency, were they able to fulfill their promises? What Nigerians were looking for in 2015? Why that was such a popular platform?
Yes, like I said earlier, that when the president was elected, now late President Muhammadu Buhari, the expectation was high. People felt that indiscipline, corruption, and some other things were at the height of it. That if nothing is done, Nigeria was going to crash. Now, when he came, the body language thing we talked about, you could notice that for the first 3, 4, 5 months, things were right. And we started talking about body language. What that tells you is that we know how to do what is right. But for some reasons, for some benefit that we get from what is wrong, we refuse to do what is right. Now, normally, you are a Nigerian, and I wouldn't want to say that, but we also need to tell ourselves the truth. Whenever there is any system that is meant to check corruption you will see people investing money on how to circumvent that system, spending so much money on how to, okay, this one just came. They said that one is very strong now. You cannot enter NTA now. If you are not a staff, if you don't have a card, if you don't have something that will make you enter, somebody will bring out millions of naira to see how they can circumvent that particular structure that has been put in place. So after about 6 months, for the first 6 months, people were studying how do we circumvent this man that is Megaskia, that's a man that does everything right. They were now also looking for how to infiltrate those that were appointed and those that were close to him. We started seeing things like snakes swallowing money and some other things in the country. But the thing is, as far as Buhari was there at that time, from what we saw, those CPC voices, ANPP, ABGA, and some other people, they were silent. Once Buhari is there, Buhari is there. It was about Nigeria. But whenever they want to discuss things at the regional level, we will not be able to say, okay, Dr. Korede here is light skin, I'm dark skin, let us do. By the time we come to Fisayo, Fisayo is talking to every one of us as panelists, and nobody is light skin, nobody has another color. So while he was holding sway as the president of this country, those were also voices. And don't forget that first 2 years, governance. Every other thing is next politics. So immediately that politics comes, you discover that those other smaller voices will begin to speak out more, because politics is very local. What we have in Abuja here is not politics, except if you are from FCT. Yeah. What we have here is people coming from those regions. So when the noise, the CPC block, the ANPP block, the ACN and the ABGA, a part of it, when they want to get the next power, you begin to see voices coming. After all, you were not there. After all, you were not this. After all, you were not this. But Buhari tried as a president to be able to unite. But you can never, I would say, you cannot silence these voices, because they came together as a coalition that we are calling them now. Then it was a merger to form the government. But when they go back, there are still places like, I'm from Delta State, or up until very recently, they will tell you that go and sleep. Delta is PDP, and nothing can be done. So if that PDP should come into a coalition, when we go back to Delta, the PDP's voice will be louder than any other coalition that you'll be hearing. But as far as we're coming to Abuja, the one united front will be louder. So Buhari tried as much as possible to create that one Nigeria image. But going back to the states, because politics is local, we see how those voices that were echoing.
I'm coming back to you, sir, but let me just take Dr. Sanusi on this. You know, the former coordinating minister of the economy, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo, while I was the head of WTO right now, World Trade Organization, mentioned that when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And we continue to see that play. Is a flaw in our administrative process, even when you come with good intentions? There are people, they are so-called some cabal, some whatever contraption you want to call it, just staying there waiting to make sure that you score an own goal.
Well, good intentions alone do not curb corruption. You need to put structures in place. You need to, introduce technology. You need to study, do your research, study the system, understand where the loopholes are, and where you need to replace, manual, services or services provided by human beings. If it's going to be better to use machines or, technology, you do it. And then you have a point. A Buhari is required, right, at the helm for corruption to dissipate. But then him alone cannot do it without having all of the structures in place. I remember when he just came in, some people started returning money, some people were running away, going on exile. People just thought it was going to be like it was in 1983. But, obviously it couldn't be like that, because the processes are different now. There needs to be investigation. You need to be found culpable. You need to go to court. The court needs to do their bit. At all of these stages, corruption is involved. It's quite sad. So it's difficult if it's something that most people, citizens, staff of agencies, even staff of anti-corruption agencies, staffs in the judiciary, everybody is in the business, except you. And when he tried,
it's a business now.
It's a business. It's a way of life. Unfortunately, I remember when he tried, to arrest some judges. You remember corrupt judges? He had facts and everything. So how can you carry a corrupt judge to be tried within his domain and expect that he would come up without having a clean? With having his image rubbish. They see it as this is one of us. We should not allow this to happen because it's sending a wrong signal. So how best can you do it? He tried that, it didn't work, it was a backlash. Even within the anti-corruption agency, a head of the agency had to be removed, because of all of this. But then I also noticed something was happening. People that were close to Buhari that knew that he didn't like corruption or anything associated with corruption, they latched on that and used it to also displace some of their enemies that were not necessarily corrupt. Because once you tell a Buhari that this person is corrupt, you have already spoiled his mood. And if it's somebody that he likes, the best he can do is to say, okay, let the person step aside, let him be investigated. Especially if you bring some sort of concocted evidence that the person is. Most of the time, if you go and investigate those people, you find out that they were innocent. It happened on 1 or 2 occasions during the last administration that I remember of. People try to use the fact that he doesn't like corruption to, fight. But it's a good thing to have a leader that is known for his stance against corruption. But beyond that, we need to put checks, balances in place. Under him, there was TSA, there was different things that were introduced into our system through the Ministry of Finance, through the Accountant General Office to check corruption, which I felt were good innovations. But to what extent were we able to do that? Because in all aspects, from procurement to even budgeting to even payments, all of those, you find loopholes in corruption. So to what extent was he able to, curb it? It's what we're talking.
Dr. Korede Martins wanted to make an intervention.
Yes, just an intervention, just for quick second. Yeah, there was, an advocacy, subtle advocacy, with respect to the imperative of the government looking through, ensuring that the macroeconomics that we've been developing over time actually comes micro, that is for people to now benefit, at the grassroots, from policies of government. And this speaks to, the vision of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, at the speech at the National Assembly, the second tenure. It's 2 years anniversary, the second anniversary as president. And he said that, yes, the first 2 years we've addressed macroeconomics, we're seeing. But by the third year, that we're latching on to, and the budget 2025 that will commence as soon as National Assembly, reconvenes properly after all this, we'll deal with microeconomics, to which, they've budgeted a lot of money for things that will go to, micro businesses, small and medium enterprises, starting with the will be expanded, a student loan scheme that a lot of parents who can't afford to, train their children in universities and polytechnics are benefiting, from. They're looking at, per local government, 1 million, nano businesses being supported, looking for, how small, medium-scale enterprises will be given single-digit loans. And at the larger scale, if you're a manufacturer, you have, excuse me, you own a factory that is verifiable, and you want to resuscitate your factory. Once they found out that you truly, running this business, you need money. 1 billion naira will be available through Central Bank of Nigeria to do this single-digit, credit for you. So all these are embedded in this 2025, budget that is oncoming. So we're trusting that once National Assembly reconvenes properly after all these national programs, the life of the 2025 budget will take effect, and all this will be. So that will put pay and answer to the imperatives and that
I want to latch out on some of the submissions of Dr. Sanusi Mohammed Buhari. He works, I don't know whether it's pro bono or just closely with the Central Delivery Unit of Nigeria, under the Special Advisor on Policy. And there's concept and there's the implementation of that policy. And that's where sometimes the human interface fails in terms of, making sure that this gets there. For instance, let's look at the issue of removal of subsidy and the windfall that has come at the state level, to just start with that. Sometimes almost triple some of the monies that they've collected, more than double in some cases, in some months. And just as we're having the discussion, we can see in our shots Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with the Governor of Borno State, Professor Umaru Babagana Zulum, all coming into the compound of the former head of state, arriving the venue now. Recall that it was Vice President Kashim Shettima who went all the way to London to bring back the remains of the late former president, and now they've arrived at the venue of the event now in Daura. We just saw them coming in. So I understand that they are leaving the residence for the helipad where the prayers will be held by the Imam there of Daura. Will get there with the ambience and the commentaries shortly once our colleagues are ready. Just before we joined them, we were just talking about concepts and making these policies work. So we've seen the governors receive much more than they were receiving. Now disbursement and making sure that people get in terms of sectoral impact in their states is where perhaps some of the states are stuck in terms of the citizens feeling directly why the objective of removing the subsidy and making sure that Nigerians directly benefit from the removal of the subsidy with increment in the allocations to the state. But the citizens are saying, we can see the AC, but we are not feeling the bills.
Yes, I'd say that advocacy should be directed to the citizens of the state. You see, Mr. President and the current federal administration, as you rightly said, has given increased budgetary allocation to states and local governments, which is unprecedented, in our annals of governance in Nigeria. So civil society organizations, advocates and all that should encourage citizens of each state to ask their governors questions, to write letters, to go ahead with subtle campaigns, to demand for how these monies are being spent every 30 days. They come to the Federal Ministry of Finance, and the 1.6, 1.5, 1.7 trillion naira is shared between the three tiers of government, and governors go away with tens of billions of naira per state, and local governments get theirs directly. So people need to direct advocacies towards that. The federal government is doing what they could in terms of providing infrastructure, and they've promised that we'll go into actually ensuring that citizens benefit. But the president of Nigeria can only do the best by ensuring he allocates enough money to your governor. And it's the duty and responsibility of your governor and his cabinet to ensure that that translates into assisting the citizenry. After all, there cannot be a federal government without local government and states. Nigeria is made up of the 774 local governments and FCT and the states. Federal government is not, geographically Nigeria. The geographical expression of Nigeria are the 774 local governments are embedded in states, that is the states and the FCT. So, and we have governors who are educated, governors who are experienced, governors that are voted for by the people. So our advocacy should go to the people of each state to make demands of their excellencies, for them to bring to account what they are doing with these monies they are receiving from the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR every month.
All right, to understand the prayer is taking place, so take it to Daura now.
Allah sa akwai wani wajen Hassan ma yana taimaka mai cikin gurin mai. Hey, rike shi da kyau a kai masa sako filan ku koma nan ba ku da gurin shiga sai ku koma nan zai samu wuri kake cin kuɗa abin ko libi ne ka da gargiya abin ko libi ne to shi da yayi amma nan ba ta take shi ba da ku kiri ne yake nan za a fara yanzu ba ka maganin ma mai ke faruwa mutanen sun ma da zuwa baki na rike wuri amma sun shiga wancan fili waje wasu ya shiga baya ko motoci waje ne ba ka maganin komai da sarakunan da suna hada su aka kulle sun yi ne shiga sun ga yanayin mutane ba su ya cika da baya
kamar an kawo babu hanya suka tsaya don duka can duka sai a yi ta huma da kawai ne kawai da sai a ce na nan cikin sai a yi sallah a ce a yi ta huma daga nan sani biyai ba ta da sallah ba da sallah dole shi nan kamata ya cikin shi ya fito yi iska ba ka gane in wa'ancan sarakunan suka fafita biya gudan za su yi da sauran sai su ba mutane can ba sa tafiya ne can a tsaye suke ka gane magana nan ka gano kamara ta ka ganta amma wani mutane sun san kansa yau kuna ina ai ne ba wake a ce wasu su kike wasu yau kuwa yau ya shiru ya shiru ake sallai ina gaya ma muna nan duka muna nan an samu cikin helifat amma kuma duka ba abin da wanda ya sa abin da ya kai waje ta zo al'asar yanzu karfe 5 ka ga maka yan jarida su kansu ba za su iya baka labari ni da ba ga muna wallahi ba abin da wannan zai baka ina gab da yanki yanki yasa wallahi Allah ya gaya wanda ba kai da gama ce wallahi sana kuna yin ka shiga kuma su kansu yanzu an ce wai a fita kuma sun rasa hanyar fita wallahi su kansu wasu sanye da ba su yi organizer abin ba ya tuta muna nan mu ne ga muna mun sa harata Allah hello
ai ba wannan bane wannan nan cikin da ake na cikin can ai na shigo ga nan ku ka shi wannan shigo wannan salamu alaikum wallahi ina can amma ina wannan gwamna abin da wace ba mutum da abu ne kawai Allah ya hankali ai yanzu ba ya sallako da wani ya zo kuma za ku daga gaya mana wannan bana sawa ya shi cikin zaman ai mun ganne da markas ina tare da su ba akan mic nake shi yasa Baba, sallan ne? Za a fara. Sallan za a yi a can waje? Yanzu muka bi da su. Ya ce ta kai ne kakar dama za mu tambaye ka. Kai kake ganin wanda bai ganuwa. Kai ke kallon kowa. An kulle ba na. Wata hikima ne da muka shigo ya karye mana. Bari ya ba su kana. Security. Yana kallon ciki ne? Wata sai ji magana shi. Ba a yi ba. Kuna take. Yake voice ne kake. Ina ga a yanzu dai za a ana yin sallah mutum sai ya waje ba sa sauri a rike waya a hannu dama na so a yan karama ce ni na toma da ita daman ajiye abuna ne na to da wata kagaci layi ne kawai zan ba da sau za a yi sallah zo mu je nan mu sallah an fara ne amma ni ba fara ba laifin ka ne wuta ai ba ya gano laifin ya bi mu Allahu Akbar. An gama. Samu gama daga bukatan ma. Allah samu cika. Wai.
Okay, that was the funeral prayer led by the Chief Imam of Daura and attended by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in honor of late President Muhammadu Buhari. And the place was, the helipad was too full that the funeral had to be conducted outside and with the remains inside the because of the there. And ambulance is now being moved out of the premises or the surrounding of the helipad to the residence of the late leader, where he'll be laid to rest within the courtyard of that private residence here in Daura. Attracted where he lived. He lived a significant portion of his life here, especially when he left the military and after leaving office as president, the 15th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Indeed, the people of Daura are in a state of mourning, though it's a national mourning. There is 7 days declared by the president as days of mourning. Flags are flying at half-mast, and all ministries, departments and agencies directed to open condolence register at the entrances of their various offices in honor of the great leader who is now receiving the final respect from the nation he served for several decades, because he joined the military in 1962, so he has been serving the country for more than 6 decades. 1962 to 2025 is exactly 63 years. Now the president, vice president, emir of Daura, ministers and all dignitaries are moving towards the residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari, which is located not far away from this helipad here in Daura. It's about 250 meters away from this place, and it is there within the courtyard he will be laid to rest, which is the final respect in his honor. And the 7-day mourning continues till Sunday next weekend. And the third day Fidel prayer is expected to be held tomorrow morning, that is Tuesday, at his private residence, and is expected to be attended by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, who has been with the family of the deceased, together with the Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Bajabiamila. And the prayers is part of the morning, is an additional activity after the funeral prayers to seek Allah's mercy and forgiveness upon a deceased person. And of course, thousands of people are here and join in doing so and more are expected to do it again at the Fidel prayer, which with Vice President Kashim Shettima, who representing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on that occasion. Now we are expecting to see if our colleagues can get it, the location of the burial within the courtyard of his private residence here in Daura.
Lots of off records, man.
Lots.
Sure.
The prayers have been concluded as supervised by the chief imam there, and then of course the Emir of Daura present also, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, all witnessed the prayer, and now the movement is to the family compound of the late president, and where he will be buried at his courtyard. I was seeing shots of his final resting place on your left there. That's where the remains are being awaited by members of his family, close associates, as well as dignitaries who have come to witness the exercise. Sometimes religion humbles you. After traversing the whole world, you come back and then you see the final resting place, then you know that man is just on a journey.
Yes.
Dr. Sanusi.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think, this is deliberate. God wants us to understand that this life is transient, and that, as he has written in various holy books, there is a life after this life, and do not try to make this life your final abode by, acquiring what you don't require. If you look at the final resting place of our former beloved president, Muhammadu Buhari, you see that it's just a small square inch of dog, place, soil for him, to rest eternally. This is also a lesson for everyone, really, whether you are in office, whether you're a big man, whether you are, just a poor person. We are all going to die. Every soul shall taste death, and that will be your final resting place. Everything you've acquired, all the houses, all the vehicles, all the money that we all strive for, you're not going with anything. You're only just going to go there with your legacy, your good deeds, and all the shortcomings that you have. And at the end of the day, you account to your Creator. So there's a big lesson there for people that think. But then it's just we sit down and just sorrowfully talk about these things. But by the time the president is laid to rest, after 2-3 days, everybody will just go about their normal business again, which is also a lesson in itself that just like late President Buhari lived his life, he didn't really care about what people were saying. He had a focus, he had his principles and his legacy that he wanted to leave behind. And he knew that at the end of the day, he would be alone. So if he cared about what people said and he did things that were not right, now he's alone. He's now with his Creator. He now has to account. So we shouldn't toe that part of, doing what's wrong just to please human beings. We should also always strive as individuals, as leaders, to be fair and firm, to stand on what's right, and then at the end of the day, you know that you are going to account for it.
All right, I was saying former governor of Nasarawa State there, Alhaji Tanko Almakura, all of them are moving into the compound of the former president. to give him a befitting farewell as the funeral burial rites are about to commence. Earlier we saw the Governor of Borno State, Professor Umar Babagana Zulum, also getting into the compound there, and we are waiting the President as well, who will also be at the burial site as well, and close associates and members of his immediate family are there as well, including the Governor of Katsina, who has been welcoming people into Katsina State and now the compound. As you can see, that's the final resting place of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Like Dr. Sanusi said earlier, from the big residence of the villa and different places around the world, for man, at the end of the day, it's not much more than just the size of your body laid to Mother Earth. And politicians there as well will know that what remains of the dearly departed president are his works and the mark he left on the various places he worked and people he impacted upon, Dr. Kinshiju.
So that's the Holy Bible tells us, that it's good to go to a place of burial, than to go to a place of celebration, because when you are partaker in such, you understand the imputation of existence itself and the reason for life. That it's a reminder to all humans alive that one day we will depart. How we depart will also be determined by ourselves. But the truth of the matter is, no matter how we departed, there's just a small space for us, in the ground, and that it is a memory of what we have done. It is the numbers of people we have impacted. It is how the extent to which we have developed, if we are empowered, develop our environment that people would remind us about. Because the reality, and as we are seeing, is that life itself is not about, it's not in the assets we acquire. It is actually in the number of people that fondly remember us. And perhaps this has a way. I am not a prophet. I am not so religious, but I believe that this has a way of also following whoever departs this world into the other world that I also believe in. If you had impacted people very well, especially where you had been a beneficiary of the collective. And I'm saying, for instance, you represent the interest of people in your constituencies, in your local governments, in your country. You are the custodian of the aspirations, the needs of these millions of people, these multiple numbers of people. In what way have you been able to serve the purpose for which they have invested in you? And that perhaps makes politics, in my mind, perhaps the most strongest, the highest, the climax, the peak of all responsibility required of humans, because at every point in time, in the gathering of people, there will be leadership that are supposed to serve the needs of the people. And we are the people that invested their trust, their confidence in you. How have you been able to return to deliver, their expectations and all that? We sit there today, Howards, and it's not just in this studio alone, and I'm very sure studios in various parts of this country, perhaps various parts of the world, talking about this great man, because in different ways he had impacted us. And some of us can actually stick out our neck and say that in truth and indeed, we testify to the fact that this man lived like this and as this. But how many politicians that had walked the face of the heart of Nigeria can we also reference and give testimony about this. So we pray that as we evolve as a country, as a nation, that we have more people that would determine, to give more of themselves to the people, especially when they find themselves in position of responsibilities. And it's not just about politics. Even in the civil service, either at the federal level, at the state level, at the local government level, it's important that essentially we have the determination to serve, and indeed to serve in deed and in truth.
Who's first, Fifen?
Doc has said it all. There is a quote from my pastor in those days as a growing up younger man, that I would die empty. It means that when it is time for me to go, there will be nothing that I should have done that I did not do. Looking at that grave, I took note of the firewood. Did you see the piece of wood?
Yes.
There.
That's what they used to call it.
Yes, with all the glamour, with everything. I've been to that compound. I know how big the compound is. And if you look at the size of the grave, it's an inconsequential fraction of the whole of the compound. And this is a man, he died in London. He was flown here to Katsina, to Daura, even to his compound, and now he's ending somewhere there. So the question should now be, with all these our bragado, as it were, to what end? I'm a journalist. I've done that for a couple of years, and I can tell you how some people, Doc made a statement that especially if you were made by the collective, that is, some that enjoyed scholarship, some that the state trained, they are the ones that will now oversee a system where the children of the rich can no longer afford that same education or afford the basic necessities of life. When you finish all this, let's even assume that you are not a Muslim, your grave might not be like this, but we still have the normal standard of 6 feet, and it will not be too big. The best you can get is to have a tomb house over you, and the tomb house too is not also a very big building. So at the end of it, we will end somewhere. So now that we are alive, to those that are serving, to those that are reporting, to those that are holding one position or the other, you will either be remembered by the problems you created or the ones that you solve. So it is a time for us to look inward, look at ourselves, look at the positions that we have been given in the past, how we used it, look at the position that we are currently occupying, and for some of us that are also aspiring to have positions, what will you do when you eventually get there? Dr. Ruben Abati, I remember he wrote something when he left with President Jonathan. He said, the phones are no longer ringing. Meaning that when you leave that position, this your larger than life attitude, thinking that you have everything, thinking that you are in control of everything, will no longer be there. And at the end of the day, it will just be you, what you have done, and that little grave where you will end. And for those of us that believe in the life hereafter, you also account to your Creator how you spent your time. So it's actually a time of sober reflection, not for the dead anymore, because he is done with his own. It's for those of us that are still left, and nobody is going to leave this world alive. I remember a colleague that wrote part of the tribute he wrote for President Buhari. He said, oh, you have gotten there. The rest of us are on the way. We are coming. And somebody said, why would you write something like that? He said, for each day you wake up, you sleep, you wake up, you are getting closer to your grave. And that is the truth. So whatever privileged position you have, the power that you have, make a difference while you still can make that difference. I don't like this part. As a journalist, when you interview people that have occupied offices before, you see them talking about some of their regrets, some of the things they were supposed to do. Some of them will even be encouraging the incumbent. This is what you should have done. But we normally ask them, while you were there, why didn't you do it? If you know that this is right, you should have done it while we were there. But give and take is a lesson to every one of us. And we pray that this will also serve as a lesson. The highest position in Nigeria is a position he has occupied, not once, but twice, and he was also a governor and some other positions that he had in this country. So if you can get to the position of a president of the Federal Republic, and at the end, that is where you are buried, no matter who you are in this country, no matter the money you have made in this country, one day you will also go this way, and you'll be remembered by the legacies that you leave behind. So it's actually a sober time for every one of us, and we hope that those of us that are still breathing can learn from this, not just to participate in talking about Buhari. Buhari has finished his own. It is left for us now to also use the time that we have left, so that when we also leave, people can say good things about us. It might not be in this setting where the world is saying one or two about the president, but in that your little corner, also make sure that you make your impact felt, and people also celebrate you.
Dr. Korede Martins.
Yeah, I'd like to say to my brother, not to worry, your appointment is on the way. Well, the man Muhammadu Buhari, he came, he saw, he has conquered. He has left the stage for you, I, and us, collective. The stage is there for us to continue, act the roles that we are performing. And the end, it doesn't matter, number of decades to come, the end shall still come for this mortal body with time. So what will determine where you end up will be your activities on your relationship with the fellow human beings, what you do actually. So let's make it positive, let's make it goodly, let us make it a rewarding relationship between us and fellow human beings. And by the special grace of the Almighty, the hereafter, positivity, Al-Jannah shall be our portion.
All right, Doctor, let's look at, politically. We've been talking of 10 million, 8 million, 10 million, 8 million that he returned in many of, even 12 million, that he returned in many of those elections. Is that movement still on? Or is it just about the man?
Well, the movement, to a large extent, I'd say, is still on. We cannot say 100% that it's there, because recently you find some actors, try to shift base and form a quote-unquote coalition. That is the actors in 2015. Some of them, very few though. But with the governance structure of the current administration, the Buhari movement and the Renewed Hope movement, agenda movement, forms now a larger political group, a larger political force that will, pave way to improving upon the political gains and the numeracy of those that voted Muhammadu Buhari. So the movement is still on. It's larger. Positive democratic political force is on. We believe in Buhari, and we're carrying on with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
I may have to pose the same question to, Dr. Kinshiju. Do you still believe in that bloc, or are there splinters based on political realities?
Of course, there are splinters. We are tracking them. Because the truth is that whatever Buhari does is our heritage. The Buhari movement itself is a political heritage, and some of us that are also politically inclined claim it. We determine that we are part of it. And more consciously is the fact that we have a continuation of that heritage in the present government, federal administration, led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And why I say that is because essentially and in profound ways, either so many people agree or not, it is evolving for us to understand the reality of an ideologically driven political environment, which these two people share. So if we describe Buhari as a social democrat, we describe Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a social democrat. And we see a congruence of sorts in the policies they believe in in the policy they have conceptualized under different circumstances, but essentially we are saying that it dovetails to the people. And that's the most important thing. And therefore, if Buhari's immediate objective was to, of course, elevate the economic standing of millions of people that found themselves in the poverty community, and it is also becoming clear, that Tinubu's principal objective is in a bigger way to also elevate this large number of people, onto away from the poverty community. So there's a coalition of thought, and I'm deliberately using the word coalition here because that become perhaps the most popular cliché, as it were, in the Nigerian political lexicon over the last how many weeks. I'm abused in the real sense of it, because when you talk about coalition, you're talking about a convergence of thoughts, a convergence of activities of a number of people who have an objective, to achieve. The merger of starting 2013 and crystallized in 2015 tells us a story of how people from different diverse political leanings could come together and under a single individual form a political direction towards a principal, objective. And we are talking about APC today. There are reference milestones that party, that group of people had, survived. There have been turbulence, there have been storms, But we see that rather than threats of destruction, we are seeing a stronger, unified platform. And while some people that, perhaps we also talk politics here, while some people are trying to compare the merger of 2015, crystallized in 2015, with the coalition of 2025, I ask, what exactly is the basis for that comparison? One, the driving forces that culminated in the 2015, what do you call it, merger, is lacking in the coalition we are seeing. In that merger, we saw the fact that politicians from different leanings, from different proclivity, were coming as a result of dissatisfaction with the policies that were being conceived and implemented at the federal level, And you saw not just ordinary people who were disgruntled, who could not access power. You saw people who were in power, determined to change things. And perhaps that was why change became, the reference phrase of that era. So, to a large extent, I believe that the Nigerian political space is still deserving of the vision of Buhari, because you have that millions of people that desires leadership, of the kind of class that Buhari was ready to give. And I think in a large manner, and I'm not just being partisan here, I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has determined to also provide, or even, it's not even about provide. If we track back to President Tinubu's period in Lagos State, and we can reference what he did as governor, it's easy for us, of course, to extrapolate and situate that at the federal level and determine the fact that from where Buhari left, this president is taking off. And is going to take off with those 12 million voters. And this will reflect in 2027. I am sure of that. Because those voters will be looking out for somebody that will crystallize their aspirations. Look at some of these policies in place, especially the tax acts. When you see the tax acts, it tells you without any doubt the fact that you had somebody who is the head of a sovereign administration ready to impact the lives of the Nigerian poor. Because that's what the tax act is all about. It's not about increasing revenue. Yes, we generate revenue, increase revenue, but it's more about elevating the economic status of millions, more than 30% of the Nigerian people that are limited in the economic class. So I believe the nature of politics that we will experience going into 2027 will be very, very, very different, from the ones we have been experiencing before. Because this is not going to be about 12 million votes plus. So.
All right, we'll soon we are looking at live pictures from Daura, the streets leading to the residence of the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, late President Muhammadu Buhari. Very shortly, we would give you live pictures from the grave site as Nigerians and eminent Nigerians, family members.
We'll use it on tomorrow. Eh? We'll use it on tomorrow. We are out of that place now. They will be caught. They will be caught.
Mike is there.
Dignitaries of Nigeria, General CG Musa AFR, sir. The CG, sir.
Muhammadu Buhari was born on 17 December 1964 and hails from Daura area of after his primary school education, he attended provincial ministry of Nigeria in Okiri, his first official school. He started military training in the Nigerian State Collection. Then he came to Anderson, United Kingdom, where he commissioned in the rank of second lieutenant and general. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria from 1983 to 1985, before he retired from service on 6 October 1985. He was democratically elected as the Commission President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria from 2015 to 2015. I'm streaming. His demise was confirmed. Late President Muhammadu Buhari attended several courses while he performed credibly. Some of the courses include Young Officers Course, Platoon Commanders Course, Mechanical Transport Officers Course, Commander Staff Course Related to India, and Army War College Course United States. During his Young Officers Course, he worked very hard to he demonstrated commendable stamina during practical exercises and in advanced conditions. During his Command and Staff Course in India, he was a sincere and hardworking officer who was quick to learn. He demonstrated the ability to comprehend the implications of most situations and apply tactics to arrive at generally reasonable solutions. He was a friendly and cooperative individual who was impressed with his team. He accepted criticism willingly and expressed his views freely in acts. During his Army War College course, he was a well-read and articulate professional who demonstrated a vast range of knowledge and specifically related issues. He could read through Nigerian issues and identify the source of the sect and make appropriate decisions about organization. He displayed a thorough understanding of issues together with a remarkable ability to deal with a wide range of complex cases in Nigeria. He was intellectually curious, cooperative, and profound experiences in rules. His intimate knowledge of current political military problems made him one of the key motivators in his service. His outstanding quality of conducting research, communication skills, and knowledge were aptly brought to bear during the course. Late President Muhammadu Buhari proved his acting as a professional military officer while he served as well several command, staff, and national appointments. Some of the appointments are platoon commander in Nigeria, 7th Battalion, Mechanical Transport Command, Lagos Garrison Transport Command, Company Commander, 2nd Brigade, Transport Company. The former president also served during his period as battalion adjutant and battalion commander in 2 Infantry Battalion, immediately during the secretary of 1 Infantry Division, Brigade Major and Army Commander Secretary of 1 Infantry Division, Brigade Major and Army Division, he was also Commander Infantry Brigade, Assistant Adjutant General Headquarters 1 Infantry Division, Colonel General Staff Headquarters 3 Division, Acting Director of Supply and Transport and Contingent General United Nations Peacekeeping Force. Towards the twilight of his career in the military, he served as military secretary and minister of the Central Police Legislative, chairing the Nigerian Extra Petroleum Corporation and Federal Commissioner of Petroleum and Energy. Immediately after the it's not even good for recording.
This is TVC News, a live coverage of the state funeral for former President Muhammadu Buhari. Citation of the former president is being read by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, at the graveside there at his residence in Daura. Any moment now, his body to Mother Earth.
Of former President Muhammadu Buhari being read by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher. Former President Muhammadu Buhari served this country in various capacities, and that's why you're seeing, the time it is taking for his citation to be read. He joined the military at a very young age. We hear at the age of 19 or thereabout. Served, rose through the ranks to become, a senior and ranking officer before he eventually worked with other officers in that coup in 1983, where they ousted the civilian administration of Alhaji Shehu Shagari. But he also came back in another capacity before he again re-emerged as a Democrat, reinvented himself as a Democrat, contested election 3 times, Ayo. But let's talk about, he contested election 3 times, and on these 3 occasions, he also went to court. Doesn't that speak to his belief in Nigeria's justice system?
Yes. In fact, the first one, 2003, it's climaxed at the Supreme Court, and he followed through. But by that time, we've not perfected our electoral act, so the thing spanned for almost 2.5 years before they could get justice. And it's on record all through that time. He wasn't attending the Council of State meeting. That's our principal demand, was. He wasn't attending the Council of State meeting. Once he's in court, he has his highest fix on the court, and he appears in court cases all through. That time, I remember Chief Umeozeoke, one of his lawyers, saying that, look, the man believes in the system, that it's a born-again Democrat. He was described as a born-again Democrat. So in 2007, he followed through the same thing, the same pattern, but a lot of Nigerians would say that he was not appealing to the entire country. His candidacy was not appealing to the entire country, that you have to have the spread, as stated in the Constitution, that 24 out of 26.
Committal process begins now for former President Muhammadu Buhari. The national flag is being folded and will be handed over to a member of the Buhari family. Right, so this is tradition This flag is a symbol of Nigeria. It's a national flag, and now being folded in a particular manner according to tradition and in honor of the man, Muhammadu Buhari, who had served as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, first as military president, and later as democratically elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So once that process is concluded now, that flag...
the body to be committed to Mother Earth. And watching this process, of course, is the president and the vice president. We see them seated, waiting for this process to end. So the body...
Yeah, the moment now, the flag is being handed over.
It's been handed over to a member of the family. And a salute to the same member by the military force. Okay. This is symbolic, showing respect for the former president. We see the vice president, Kashim Shettima, approaching the body, the graveside, as the national flag has been handed over. We also see the national flag being removed from the body of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. I would expect that next is committing the body to Mother Earth.
Indeed, any moment now, the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari would be interred. We see some of the dignitaries standing there around the body. It's quite a busy scene there, but our cameraman is doing his best to give us a shot as close as possible of the process. The body being lowered there.
We hear prayers being made.
And the former president of Niger, Muhammadu Buhari, and distinguished members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council,
And the Prime Minister of the Niger Republic is also here. And we are finally able to of His Excellency, the Vice President, Muhammadu Buhari. We have members of the Excellencies, the governors, captains of industries, head of service teams, and other head of state agencies, chairman and chief executive officers of various agencies and parastatals, former governors of Sakina, Latin America Lamasani, and Barista Ibrahim Shema, the Deputy Governor and His Excellency Kalabra Ogoni is also here, and now the final process of the period will be taking place. The former Minister of Communication, Ibrahim Ahmed Antoni is also here. His Excellency the Minister of Budget and Planning, the Minister of Public and Economic Planning, the Honorable Minister of Housing, and
an kwaba wata Okay, guys.
Okay.
ba a son yawan surutu a makabarta jama'a ai haƙuri.
Preparation for the firing of the bomb by the firing party. These program organs in preparation for the firing
wannan a sanya daga gaban amarin nan amma sun gudunar da ke bayan mu dama za su yi abin da ana addu'a akwai daga baya akwai harkar da za a yi muna gudun kamso na ainihin harsashi kada ya fada ma hannu wanda ke tsakiya don a koma gefe dana sa hannu a ba masu shagun hannu da Allah mala saura a koma bayan ba su abin yawa ba masu shagun hannu tun daga abin aikin okay right what we're about to witness is the firing of the volley for the parent party. The parent party commander is taking charge.
After the firing of the volley, we shall also witness the reverend.
Harbi na bindiga sau uku wanda ake cima 21 gun wanda za a yi. Muna kira ga jama'a da ke yin wurin da Allah kuma gefe a saboda ainihin farin fati. To akwai kwamsarata na sashi da muke gudun kada ya taɓa jama'a da wannan wanda ke tsakiya su koma. Bayan nan akwai busa ta rubali.
Once again, we crave your indulgence. Please step backwards for the carrying of the boom. The firing party should please be on standby. The firing party should please be on standby while the grove is being covered completely. After the grove is covered, then we shall have the firing of the building by the firing party.